Tell the time on the clock is only off for like 2 minutes. Here we go. Where's this imaginary Asian girlfriend that you keep accusing me of? And I must be guilty because I got angry when you accused me. That's my room still. $6 at poker, but I tipped the dealer $5 and I tipped the freaking Gordon Ramsay bartender $4, maybe $4 and change or something, or maybe no $3 and change, roughly $4. So I'm gonna turn this off. Oh, it already turned off. Let's see. This shit is bullshit. That might be like $20 to $40 too. For that stinking pan. I was having arrhythmia, so I had to leave the fucking poker room. That's my heart telling me to go to bed. And I'm getting overheated. The dealers are going to be like, wait, didn't he say he got a room so he could get his 40 hours and then he barely played? But I also did say I'm tired. So. Speaking the truth. Dude, these are just so comfortable. I wonder if they were even better back in the day. And remember when they get broken in and all that? Dude, I remember having some nice fucking crazy fucking pairs. Some really cool designs. And like whatever logos. To where I was devastated when I had to finally throw them away. And what do I do? What do I do here? This is true to the original heritage. That means maybe they stopped for a while. Probably need to trim the hair down. Don't say that. My last video is probably not going to upload unless I open the app. Keep it open. Because this one's proof. Literally a very intelligent human being immediately said Carla was insecure. It is actually uploading. I wonder which one failed. Guess we'll never know. Anyways, we got more on the way. Plus the ones recording on the phone that are still have to upload, so it's just a never-ending cycle. But But what is this proving? This isn't saving my relationship. You can't beat her with logic. You gotta get her to admit that she's wrong. I'm gonna brush my teeth because I recently brushed and bleached. I didn't bring my dental tools. Okay, I can close this. And unplug this. Oops. Make sure this is all the way down. Close enough. All right, where's the imaginary girlfriend, Carla? Doesn't exist. I guess, is this light dark enough? If I turn that off, it's gonna be all the way dark, which is good. So yeah, let me do that. Let me do that. End of my toe, not my fucking shin again. I don't have night vision because of stupid LASIK surgery. If I never would have had LASIK, I would have good night vision. I'm gonna have to like use my phone to go to the bathroom later. Alright, I'm in bed. Dude, they're constantly, WPT is constantly reposting this. He made more than me because he got bounties. I finished in like 200 and something. He only finished in the top 5%. I finished in the top 2.5%. Yeah, but you won 7,100 for a $55 buy-in. That's pretty fucking good, bro. 7,200. Let's go to the Jinko Wikipedia page. Choose one. 1985. Gained recognition in the 1990s with his boys' ultra-wide straight-leg denim jeans. Yeah, the old school ones, man. Just imagine. Probably just do an image search. I'm assuming I got mine at JCPenney's. It's hard to remember. That's crazy, like. So yeah, it was gone for like 20 years, obviously. But that's crazy. Sales halved in 1999. Who cares? That's half. That's still good. And then they're fucking assholes and close the factory. Oh yeah, the kangaroos. I remember the kangaroos. Oh man. 17-inch leg openings up to 50-inch. The old school Rhino. I want to see like the originals. These are some original. It would be nice to get a pair of their shorts. I didn't think about that. $95 fucking though. Oh yeah, I remember the fucking kangaroo ones. $34-inch though. They should have kept making the like regular ones. Like that guy on the right, his bagginess is like pretty nice. That girl on the left, her bagginess is like perfect. I think I do remember the squirrels. I want to see like the ones I had. There was like some type of like blue and white line or symbol. It could have been the original symbol, but like blue up top. I can't remember. Like ice blue. This actually looks pretty damn cool. Yeah, look at the old advertisements. It could have just been a symbol like that blue symbol. Yeah, the skunk. Those kangaroo ones would have been cool. Yeah, that's way too deep of a pocket, I think. No, it doesn't matter. What is this one? Okay, this looks familiar. At least the symbol does. So yeah, this is how I'm spending Easter night. Reminiscing. Oh, here we go. I knew I remembered something like this. I wonder if I even had these ones. I might have had the black pair like these. Blue and white stripe, a Jinko symbol, but I don't know. I feel like I might have had a pair similar to these. And then I loved how they would get tattered on the bottom like that. I think I had a pair just like this too. They were not terrible. They were fucking awesome. Look how comfortable they are. They're baggy and spacious. These look like the pair of pants I had, yeah. Black with the ice blue and the silver crown, yeah. Dude, I probably have these exact pants at some point. Yeah. I can even ask them if they can remake these if they have it. Well, it looks like they still have them. $160. 26-inch opening though. Yeah, I feel like I have these exact same ones. Sold out. Yeah, you better believe they're fucking sold out. Dude, these are so nice. Dude, they're so perfect. Sold out. These are available though. And pretty nice looking. Yeah, they're meant for like winter time. And stone, dark stone. So you can buy every pair. The Artemis stone. It's gonna be tomorrow. Are you technically there now?
And for your continued interest in Artemis II. Our mission continues to go incredibly well. Our crew is healthy as we prepare and gear up to fly by the moon tomorrow. We're all extremely excited for tomorrow. We got a couple of great images that I want to share with you today, along with all of the great stuff that's available online. But we've got a few things I wanted to share this evening. We have a short video with some of what yesterday included. If we could pull up this video, it's got a lot of cool information in it. Can we see that?
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're getting a live look inside the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity by the Artemis II crew.
This is a magnificent accomplishment to be up here, to see the moon, to see the Earth, and to know that we are between those two celestial bodies, and you can see it when you look out the window. The Earth is almost in full eclipse, the moon is almost in full daylight, and the only way you could get that view is to be halfway between the two entities. It is truly awe-inspiring up here.
And Houston, we have some Earth and Moon viewers here who are putting in requests for different motions so that they can see things in the window.
We're seeing them in the camera views and we're enjoying it. Look at those scientists go.
And Jackie, we got Jeremy on there just for a minute before his PAO event. He's just got to look at this. As soon as I put my hands on the 400, it's just... You know, I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's the only thing I could come up with. Just seeing Tycho, there's mountains to the north. You can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma. It's just everything from the training, but in 3 dimension and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Kathy Moonjoy.
And Houston, I can tell you that Christina now has the 400 millimeter, and she also is the queen of hyperbole. It's incredible.
Kathy Christina doing her best Reed impression at the window.
I love that. And I also really love how they talk about being able to see in 3 dimensions. Just helps remind us all that what we can do with our amazing human eyes is be able to see in stereo vision and get that depth perception. It's just wonderful to hear them talking through what their observations are. And I'm sure you'll hear from Kelsey about how well they've learned all their training, being able to tell us exactly the features they're looking at. We also woke up the crew today with a short a message from Apollo astronaut Charlie Duke cheering them on, and I think we get to listen to that here. Is that available?
Hello, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. This is Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke. John Young and I landed on the moon in 1972 in the lunar module we named Orion. I'm glad to see a different kind of Orion helping return humans to the moon as America charts the course to the lunar surface. Below you on the moon is a photo of my family. I pray it reminds you that we in America and all of the world are cheering you on. Thanks to you and the whole team on the ground for building on our Apollo legacy with Artemis. Godspeed and safe travels home.
Wonderful. And then I had one last image there I think I saw come up for just a moment. This was another picture of Earth from Orion's window. And it really gives you a sense of just how far away the crew is from Earth. This was taken earlier today by Christina. I just think it's beautiful.
And this is like
So we're really
nothing
gearing up
compared to the
now
size
for
and
what's going to
vastness
be
of
an
the
exciting lunar flyby tomorrow. Our flight operations team and our science team are ready for the first lunar flyby in more than 50 years. I know you guys have asked questions, and we've heard them over and over again. Lots of questions about what's so special about the moon. And just wanted to say a couple words. You know, the moon and the Earth are fundamentally made of the same material. You know, in the way back, the Earth, the former proto-Earth, was hit by a Mars-sized object, a massive collision that left lots of debris out in space that then coalesced into what is now Earth and Moon. So our whole Earth-Moon system literally is made up of the same materials. And so although Earth has gone through lots of evolution with plate tectonics and weathering, you know, the Moon has been there as a witness plate to see everything that's happened over the 4.5 billion years that we've been around. So very cool. So we're really excited to fly by and get to take these observations. Particularly having humans on board really complements the robotic exploration that goes on from NASA. They are definitely not mutually exclusive. We're working together hand in hand to grow our knowledge of what we know about the Earth and Moon system. There's a lot of science on this mission, not just the observations that you hear about from Kelsey, but our human health studies, such as the AVATAR experiment that's being carried on board. All of these human health experiments are informing how we can keep our crews healthy on the longer missions that are coming up in the future. This mission is also the first opportunity we have for our science and engineering teams to work together in real time while our crew is at the moon. And I think this is another key piece of the science that we're doing on this mission is not just the observations, but learning how to work together between our flight operations and our science evaluation room and the crew. This is a really good example and a good test case to work through some of those things that we're going to need absolutely critically when we send our crew to the surface of the moon. It will also inform how we operate on the moon's surface during our future Artemis missions, and a great example of how everything that we're learning on this mission is going to feed forward to our longer-term presence on the moon. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Rick.
Thank you, Lori. Wanted to open by wishing everyone a happy Easter, and on behalf of the flight operations team, thanks again for your continued interest in our mission. Yesterday, the flight crew finished up their day with a manual piloting activity where they took the spacecraft into 6 degrees of freedom, 3 degrees of freedom, and then we purposely deselected a few thrusters to characterize the performance of the spacecraft with some thrusters disabled. We also performed a public affairs event with the Canadian Space Agency. We had a couple of routine medical conferences. The flight crew reviewed the science plan that our science team has put together for them. And then we also performed a few activities to help characterize the carbon dioxide removal capability of Orion. When we did a few back-to-back exercise sessions, we wanted to understand just how capable the CO2 removal system was, and the results have been very favorable to date. Today, the astronauts started their day with an opportunity to put their orange launch and entry suits back on. You can imagine that when you put your orange launch and entry suit on in 1G back in Florida, it's a lot different when you try to put it on in zero gravity. And so we gave the crew a chance to practice that before they have to do it on entry day. And since the crew were wearing their orange suits, we also used this time today to practice a few contingency scenarios where they may, if they had to spend extended time in those orange suits, how would they practice drinking their protein shake or delivering medication? And how would you set up the seats in Orion while you're wearing the bulky suit? These are things that they would need to do in a contingency, and we wanted to be able to practice these before if we found ourselves in a scenario where we would need to do them. Once we finish the suited operations, we're going to turn our focus towards trajectory correction maneuvers. We're going to perform the outbound trajectory correction maneuver number 3. This is actually going to be the first one that we actually do. We found that Orion was on such a pinpoint trajectory that we didn't need to do the first 2 correction maneuvers. The one today we're going to do later on is 9.9 feet per second. It'll take about 14 seconds, and it's going to use the auxiliary thrusters on the Orion service module. We have a few other medical conferences later today. We're going to do a demonstration of in-flight maintenance where we remove one of the panels of Orion to demonstrate that if we needed to get back behind one of the Orion spacecraft panels, we could do so and maybe perform a maintenance activity if we needed to. And then while the crew's asleep, we're going to perform a demonstration on the ground using our optical comm system. We're gonna increase the bandwidth to 100 megabits per second using our optical comm system and our ground station in White Sands, New Mexico. The most exciting portion of the overnight hours here on Earth is going to be when Orion enters the lunar sphere of influence at 12:40 a.m. Eastern Time. That is significant because that's when the moon's gravity has a stronger pull over the Orion spacecraft than Earth's gravity. And so that's a significant milestone on our mission. I also wanted to comment a little bit about my console activities. I worked the past 3 days as the lead of the planning shift on console and mission control, and I just wanted to highlight the exceptional job that those teams are doing a few hundred yards away here in mission control. The planning team is in charge of making sure all of the operational products are ready for the flight crew when they wake up in the morning. They're also in charge of executing some test objectives and activities to gather data on how Orion performs as it heads out to the moon. And I just wanted to highlight just what an exceptional job that team's been doing. And one of the highlights of working the planning shift, we saw the photo that Lori showed a few minutes ago. We gathered around the console when we downlinked that image, and the planning shift is the group of about 10 people who get to see that image for the first time. So before any of the public got to see those images that you saw on social media, my planning team working the overnight hours while the crew's asleep, we were the first ones on planet Earth to see those images. So it's a pretty special time. I wanted to end my remarks with showing a video of some remarks from our pilot, Victor Glover, which I thought were particularly poignant and were worth repeating. And so let's go ahead and play that video.
In all of this emptiness, this is a whole bunch of nothing, this thing we call the universe. You have this oasis, this beautiful place that we get to exist together. I think as we go into Easter Sunday, thinking about, all the cultures all around the world, whether you celebrate it or not, whether you believe in God or not, this is an opportunity for us to remember where we are, who we are, and that we are the same thing, and that we got to get through this together.
Amen. I'm sorry for doing my negative
All right, and that is the conclusion of my remarks. I'll hand over to our lead science officer, Kelsey Young.
Hard act to follow, both Rick and Victor. I will say, I think the copy Moonjoy is going to be like my new motto, copy Moonjoy. Speaking of which, we are coming up on the flyby tomorrow. We're getting really, really excited to hear the crew observations. We've heard some observations, Lori highlighted them, from when the moon was much smaller out the window than it's going to be tomorrow. And even those observations had a lot of science value that's already got our lunar science team churning in the background. So really excited for several straight hours of those tomorrow, and I'll talk today about what that's going to look like. In the last 24 hours since I was last here, our lunar science team completed the lunar targeting plan, which is essentially the plan, the piece of software that the crew will follow during the several-hour flyby. If you could actually bring up the screenshot of that lunar targeting plan. This is what's going to guide the crew's observations during the flyby. It is just a guide. They are the field scientists, and they are encouraged to go off book if what they're seeing in front of them really compels them. We've even built in targets specifically for crew choice where they can really image what pops out to them. And so what you see here is what the crew will be looking at for the entirety of the flyby tomorrow. You see on the left side a list of sort of targets that listed vertically in the top left of the screen. Those are the targets in the timelined order we're asking them to image them in. And they're in a specific order because ultimately these targets trace back to our lunar science objectives. We have 10 lunar science objectives for this mission. All of them are covered in the targets in tomorrow's targeting plan, and they're in that order down the left side that you can see. The bottom left has the words that explain the significance of the target, as well as the prompts of what we're asking the crew to image and describe. So we have distinct prompts for the person that will be using the camera that's outfitted with an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. And then we also have prompts for the person that's going to be looking at the moon at the time with the unaided eye, just using their eyes to describe what they see. Along the bottom is a cue card as a reminder of what should go into their science descriptions. I would expect they're not going to need to reference the cue card that much because they've had many, many months to practice giving good descriptions. And then of course, the middle, the moon, the picture of the moon, this is to help guide them into the specific target that they're going to be describing and imaging at the time. You see specific labels called out to help them, provide geographic references for their descriptions. And you also see the previous target and the next target highlighted in different colors. So this is the piece of software that the crew will be looking at. And if you go to the next picture, Rick referenced yesterday that one of the activities that the crew did yesterday was to review that plan. And we just totally oohed and awed in the science evaluation room when we saw them studying in Orion. So there is Victor Glover studying the lunar targeting plan on his tablet, his crew tablet. All 4 crew had time to study that yesterday, and they'll also have a little bit of time to review it tomorrow morning. got some questions yesterday on how the crew trained, so I just wanted to show a couple images to highlight that. So the first image is actually when they got the flight-like hardware, the 2 Nikon cameras that will form the basis of the bulk of their flyby tomorrow. And we actually put visualizations of the moon at the right distance away from them in a facility over in Building 36 here at the Johnson Space Center, and actually had them practice giving descriptions and taking pictures. We actually did that several times with them. And if you go to the next chart, we also put them in and near the Orion mock-up, the medium fidelity mock-up we have here at the Space Vehicle mock-up facility here at the Johnson Space Center, and actually had them get inside of Orion and actually look out the window at a giant inflatable moon globe we hung from the ceiling, so they could practice that physical choreography they needed to inside of Orion before their flyby. And so the last thing that I'll end with is actually showing a video that I showed yesterday. So if you could play that. This is tomorrow's flyby in 60 seconds. So what tomorrow will look like is a roughly 5-hour period where the crew will be observing the illuminated surface of the moon. In response to the question I got yesterday, the 2 Apollo sites they'll be able to see here at the beginning are the Apollo 12 and 14 landing sites. As they progress through the several-hour period where the moon is illuminated, they'll continue to work through that targeting plan. Again, each target is based on our lunar science objectives, and they'll be able to see how the moon is changing throughout their time observing it. They, of course, will have a period that you can find the exact timing on NASA's websites, and we have it here as well, where there's a loss of signal after Earth disappears from view and before it reappears in Earthrise on the other side. They'll continue their science observations during that time. Then, of course, about an hour later, we have this really unique opportunity to observe an eclipse from the vantage point of Orion, where the sun disappears behind the moon from the vantage point of the Integrity crew, and they'll be able to observe the solar corona right around sunset and sunrise. They'll also be able to take pictures of several planets that will be visible in view. That includes Earth, of course, Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Saturn. They'll also be able to look for potential Earth shine effects, which is literally the illuminated Earth shedding glow onto the near side of the moon. We've got a jam-packed plan for them tomorrow, and it ultimately all traces to our science objectives. Thanks.
All right, we'll now take questions. We'll begin here in the room. We'll also take some from the phone. A reminder, you can press *1 to get into the question queue. Please limit your question to 1 at a time, and let's wait for the mic to come around. We can start here with Jackie.
Hi, Jackie Waddles, CNN. Question for Kelsey. I understand during the flyby they're going to be focused on that Oriental Basin, but we've also heard about the importance of these precursor missions to a landing, about scouting possible landing locations. And I know that, the overarching premise here is to establish a base on the South Pole. Can you talk a little bit about what the crew will be looking for in terms of gathering data for those long-term goals?
Absolutely. So that is one of our science objectives, actually, is past and future landing sites. And so, like I said, they'll be able to see, in terms of past landing sites, Apollo 12 and 14. They'll also be able to, kind of on their transit from near side to far side, be able to see Reiner Gamma. That's a target in their lunar targeting plan. That's a really exciting sort of lunar science unknown, a big question that...
Where is this imaginary Asian girlfriend? Does NASA have any plans to put humans on another planet or another planet's moon besides the Earth's moon and Mars? Stepping stones to Mars. I might as well fucking hibernate. 14 years longer. Fuck, it's gonna be by the time I have to outlive my father, that's for sure. Venus not realistic? Yeah, we could probably skip that. Could have some, robots observing it. Yeah, robotic, obviously. Europa, moon of Jupiter, Titan, moon of Saturn. It's 1 billion miles away. Obviously Titan, right? Only 14% gravity of Earth. Wow. Feels everywhere. Well, that's pretty fucking cold. 7+ years of travel. Fuck. Callisto. Okay, once we get humans on Titan and Callisto, the moon and Mars, where else will we likely end up? hotel door. Even though I'm afraid I'll call 911 and then they can't get in. Someone really wanted in my room, they would get in, but make it too easy. Someone fucking uses a fucking signal, hotel key signal thing, or a key card, a universal key card or something. It just comes right in. We're going to have colonies and what's this? They're building cities into an asteroid. Is that what's happening? I guess whatever works. Where is Ganymede? Moon, Mars, asteroids, outer moons, massive space habitats, inner solar system industry, Triton and the Kuiper Belt. After we conquer all of these things you just listed, then where will we expand to? The outer edge of the solar system. The Oort cloud. Only 4.24 light years away. Yeah. Do you realize how far away that is? If we're gonna hook Earth to a fucking solar fucking sail. 70,000 years it would take. God. Decades to centuries. Yeah, we would have to like just send people there that, yeah, literally thousands of years of generations. And then when we get there, what comes after that? Colonizing the entire galaxy, the Milky Way. This looks, wow, that looks so cool. How do I just, I want to save this. Do you realize how fucking insanely far apart these are from each other? There's just a sliver of everything. So crazy. I can't believe I masturbated. Wait, what? So our sun is right there. Dude, it would take an eternity just to travel the Milky Way, and then there's countless galaxies outside of across the universe, just in the visible universe. Likely 1 to 10 million years. That's just for the Milky Way. base consciousness. What do we become? It's just insanity. Andromeda. What was the previous one? Proxima Centauri B. Escaping heat death. Yeah, we're literally going to explode into the sun. Earth, Moon, Mars. Because they're in a different dimension. The Great Filter. Yeah, because we kill ourselves. We could be like ants next to a highway unaware. That is very true. The zoo hypothesis. This is very pretty. Oh, it's Chelsea's birthday, I think. I don't have signal. We will try. Got to send it tomorrow. Try Instagram, I guess. Oh, it worked. Alright, I want to know someone's freaking at my front door. I don't know what to do, God.
Everyone knew Aiden as the beggar who ate food out of dumpsters. But what no one knew was that Aiden...
So there are 5 scenarios in which the war could end because Trump is stupid enough to take on what Israel wanted to do, which was destroy Iran, but they've bitten off far more than they can chew. So scenario 1 is Iran destroys the Gulf power infrastructure. I think that's highly likely. And if that happens, then Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Dubai, they'll become uninhabitable. And then scenario 2, Iran disables Israel's nukes. I hope that happens, but there's this one. And it scares the shit out of me.
Professor Steve, I have so many questions. What is going on?
So this war is threatening everybody on the planet. And what Trump is doing at the moment is a pump and dump scheme. He's trying to drive up the oil price and exploiting it for his friends and for his own wealth in the process. So people are focusing upon the price of this. But the really important point is this, the Strait of Hormuz. So oil, fertilizer, helium, all have to pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
And Iran have blocked that gap.
So they can say, you do or do not pass, depending on your country's attitude towards our country. So that's quite terrifying, because 20 to 30% of our fertilizer comes through this point. But if this is not available, the globe passes famine.
Do you think he will send ground troops in?
Yes, I do. But I'd hate to be one of those troops because it's a suicide mission. They've got underground military units of weapons and troops, but we have no idea of the scale.
Trump keeps saying that the war has been won.
Yeah.
What's going on there in your view?
I think he's been fed propaganda to tell him that he's winning the war by his immediate advisors, because you cannot tell a person like that they've made a mistake.
We'll talk about that as well, but you've developed a bit of a reputation because you're very good at predicting things. So which of these 5 outcomes do you think is most probable to happen?
Oh, God.
This is super interesting to me. My team give me this report to show me how many of you that watch this show subscribe, and some of you have told us, according to this, that you are unsubscribed from the channel randomly. So, favour to ask all of you, please could you check right now if you've hit the subscribe button, if you are a regular viewer of the show and you like what we do here. We're approaching quite a significant landmark on this show in terms of a subscriber number. So if there was one simple free thing that you could do to help us, my team, everyone here, to keep this show free, to keep it improving year over year and week over week, it is just to hit that subscribe button and to double check if you've hit it. Only thing I'll ever ask of you. Do we have a deal? If you do it, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make sure every single week, every single month, we fight harder and harder and harder and harder to bring you the guests and conversations that you want to hear. I've stayed true to that promise since the very beginning of the Diary of a CEO, and I will not let you down. Please help us. Really appreciate it. Let's get on with the show. Professor Stephen, who are you? If you had to sort of distill it down to 3 areas of specialism, what would those be?
History of economic thought, financial instability, so what causes volatility in the economy, and the dynamics of money. And ironically, that makes me a minority in economics because most economists ignore money completely.
It's a strange thing to hear.
It's ridiculous, but it's true.
We'll talk about that as well today. I really want to focus on what's going on in the world right now because I have so many questions. It's all quite confusing.
Extremely.
And understanding the layers of motivation that, you know, Trump has, Iran have, Israel have, is it's a difficult jigsaw puzzle to put together. I guess the question that I keep asking myself is, like, what is going on?
You can't get away from the fact that we've basically elected a mafia don to president of the United States. You've got a guy who admires the mafia, is running the country. So what we're getting in some ways is a shakedown rather than anything driven by any sense of political necessity. Okay? So that's a crazy element to begin with. And the American deep state, as it's called, has been anti-Iran for 40 or 50 years. Israel has wanted to defeat Iran for that length of time. Trump is stupid enough, but also cunning enough, it's a combination of the two, to take on what Israel wanted to do, which was destroy Iran. They're now trying to do it, and they're finding that they've bitten off far more than they can chew.
Trump is someone who cares a lot about people's opinions of him. And he must have known that this would be politically unpopular to target Iran at this moment in time.
I don't think so. I had a relationship with somebody with narcissistic personality disorder. So that's something over and above what I learned academically when I think about his behavior. And somebody like that, they want to be the center of attention at all times. They can't stand it when somebody else is being spoken about. It's ridiculous, but it's a pathology. So he's interested in people's opinions so long as they're positive and they're about him.
So are you saying that he attacked Iran and started this war in part because he wanted attention?
That's always something with somebody who's got that disorder. Yeah.
I mean, what do you think about his rationale? He's saying that he attacked Iran because they had nuclear weapons and there was imminent threat?
We still don't know whether Iran has nuclear weapons. Okay, we know that Israel has. If you're going to attack a country, then you should attack Israel, not Iran.
But you can't attack Israel, can you? Because
I cannot make sense of what politicians all over the planet are doing these days. There's a huge gap between what politicians are saying about global politics and what people in the street are saying about it. So people on the street have seen the Gaza genocide. They've seen all the conflicts Israel has started there. And I think the general sentiment in most countries in the world today is anti-Israel because of the way it's treating the Palestinians. And that's what people are thinking about. The top echelons, like in this country, as you know, if I say free Palestine, if I say that outside on the street, I can be arrested. It's crazy. There's a huge divorce between what people are thinking and what the politicians are saying. And I can't give any explanation for that divorce apart from believing that Israel has something over our political leaders.
What do you mean? You think they have something over our political leaders?
I think we know about the whole Epstein. The way that the Iranians refer to what's happening is they say they're fighting the Epstein class. And there's belief that there's something where Epstein has been working for the Israeli intelligence service and has blackmailed worthy material on a huge range of politicians. And that's the only way that I can explain the sort of things that politicians are supporting when their populace is angry about those same policies. So you get demonstrations here, free Palestine demonstrations, 80-year-old female vicars being arrested for saying this sort of stuff. You go back 40 years ago, there was a belief in the public and a belief amongst the politicians that Israel had a right to exist and it was all pro-Israel. And now, after 40 years, the type of abuses that have happened in Palestine have hit individual, ordinary people's attitudes to Israel. So ordinary people are saying Israel's the aggressor, Israel's making the mistakes, but the politicians are all saying it's anti-Semitic to criticize Israel.
If you had to give a one-sentence answer as to why this war started, because we sort of hypothesized a few things there, what would that one-sentence answer be?
Again, this is trying to make sense of the senseless. I just think Israel wanted to destroy Iran. They thought they could do it, and they thought they had an American president who would help them do it. And they drastically underestimated how prepared Iran was for that conflict.
This is the absolute best phone holder for your car. Your phone clips right into it, and it attaches to your rear view mirror. So if you have a rear view mirror, this is for you. You don't have to worry about trying to attach it to your vent or your cup holder or taking up space anymore. It's hands-free. It has a 360-degree swivel, so you can put your phone in any position that you want. It's on a flash sale right now in the TikTok shop, so click that orange shopping cart and get this before it runs out.
Never, ever sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a better way to get compensated that's faster, easier, and could get you way more money without spending years in court or paying expensive lawyers up front. If you've been in a car accident within the past year, even if you were just a passenger, what I'm about to share could save you months of hassle and put tens or even hundreds of thousands more in your pocket. Here's what most people do. They either accept whatever small check insurance sends them, or they hire a lawyer up front and prepare for a long, expensive legal battle. Both options leave you frustrated and underpaid. But some accident victims are discovering a completely different approach, one that could get them 6 or 7 figure settlements without ever suing anyone or stepping into a courtroom. It's called the 2025 Crash Connect Compensation Program, and it was created specifically to help accident victims get maximum compensation without the nightmare of lawsuits, upfront legal fees, or insurance company runarounds. They're currently looking for 10 more car accident victims to try the program at no cost and receive their full compensation quickly. Check in seconds if you qualify for the program by clicking the link around this video and find out if you could be owed a bigger check. Take Derek's experience. Everyone told him suing was his only option to get real money. His lawyer quoted him $8,000 up front and warned the case would take at least a year, maybe longer. Derek decided to check if he qualified for the Crash Connect program first. He received $130,000 in 42 days without suing anyone or paying legal fees up front. Here's how it works. Click the link on this video to access the qualification tool. You'll answer 4 basic multiple choice questions about what happened, no legal terminology, Nothing complicated. Takes roughly 30 seconds and checking is 100% free. Once you qualify, an accident specialist contacts you directly. You walk them through your accident details, then they take over completely. No lawsuits, no court appearances, no dealing with insurance back and forth. Your settlement check could arrive in 30 days or less. And here's what makes this risk-free. You pay absolutely nothing unless you actually get compensated. Nobody can reverse what happened to you, but this program makes certain you receive every dollar you're owed for medical expenses, missed work, vehicle repairs, and everything else without putting your life on hold for a lawsuit. What would $80,000, $120,000, or even $150,000 do for you today? Clear out those medical bills that keep growing. Get a reliable vehicle again. Stop living with constant financial anxiety and actually start recovering. That money is yours for the claiming. Here's the reality about lawsuits. They sound like the right thing to do, but they're usually just the most painful way to get compensated. While you're stuck in court proceedings for months, dealing with continuances and legal fees, other people are already spending their settlement money and moving forward. And here's what insurance companies won't tell you. They actually want you to sue because it drags everything out and costs you money. The longer the process takes, the more likely you are to give up or accept less just to make it stop. Are you eligible for this? If your accident happened anytime within the last 12 months and wasn't your fault, there's a strong chance you could qualify for major compensation. But these claims come with deadlines. Miss your window and that money disappears permanently? Click the link around this video, answer 4 quick questions, and discover if you could be owed a way bigger check. It's fast, it's free, and remember, you don't pay anything unless you win. But act now, because if you wait too long, you might be walking away from life-changing money.
Why would Israel want to destroy Iran? What's the context there?
This goes back to religious elements. The Zionist state had the right to that whole region, and there's an expansionist element to Israel's behavior for the last 40 years. And the major rival they saw themselves as having in that sense was Iran. They can invade Jordan, they could attack Lebanon, they could do all these things. Of course, the 67 war, they wiped out the invading Arabian armies in 6 days. They have this past history of being militarily dominant in the area, and they knew that Iran was too big for them to take on their own. They thought they could get the Americans in there, and I think they drastically underestimated how prepared Iran was for this situation.
When you say Iran were prepared for this situation, and it somewhat surprised Israel and the US, what is that preparedness you're speaking about?
Well, it's for a start, the fact that Iran witnessed that there were decapitation attacks on other countries in the region going way, way back, not just the last 10 years, but the last 40 or 50 years.
And a decapitation
attack. You take off the leader, you kill the leaders, and then with the leaders killed, the army's in disarray, and you can come in and invade and take over. So getting rid of Saddam Hussein, that sort of thing. You know, wipe out Saddam Hussein's power base, and then the whole system collapses. That was the Iraq story. But the Iranians observed that, and they have broken their military into 31 divisions. There are 31 provinces, like 31 states in that sense, inside Iran. Their military is broken into those 31 units. They've got their own fail-safe system running in the background. They've got their own resources, their own missiles, production systems, all that sort of stuff. So you've got to take out the whole 31, and then they'd have that sub-area. So the only way you can beat the country is by literally bombing it back to the Stone Age.
Which appears to be what they've been trying to do.
But the thing is, it's a huge country. I mean, look at the scale of Iran. The maps always distort how large. So that is larger. That's more than half the size of Western Europe. It's got a population of 90 million, about 1/3 or 1/4 of the population of Europe, far more than Iraq.
I mean, it looks like it's double the size of the UK or more.
Or more than double. I mean, you know one thing about the Mercator projection?
No, what's that?
Okay, it's that it makes the northern hemispheres twice as large as the southern. And Iran's in the northern hemisphere, but not as far north as England. So the distortion gets amplified the further north you go. So it's bigger than France and Germany and Italy and Spain and possibly Poland.
So you want to start a coding career? We can help with that. We We're Codecademy, and we've taught millions of people the skills they need to reach their goals. It all starts with our interactive platform, where you get hands-on experience writing code right from day one. And with a Codecademy Pro membership, you get everything you need to land the job you want, like guided career paths, AI-powered practice, professional certifications, and code challenges to help you prep for interviews. Try Pro for free today.
In terms of area. And then if you even see, just looking on the map itself, you can see the corrugations there versus what you can see for
corrugation.
What we're representing mountains.
Okay. Yeah.
There's more mountains inside there. It's a horrendous terrain to fight a war on. I think what Trump is doing at the moment is a pump and dump scheme. He's trying to drive up the oil price, tell friends beforehand that he's about to make an announcement which will cause the price to fall. And he's just oscillating this way up and down and exploiting it for his friends and for his own wealth in the process.
Do you actually think that's the case?
Yeah,
because
I do.
This
how
must
else
be
do you
hurting.
make sense of this stuff?
This must be hurting his friends economically because the stock market's going to take a dip if he's not careful. And his friends are all shareholders in different big companies. So, and also when we think about energy.
But if you know, like one of Keynes's great lines was that there's no point in buying a stock which you think is going to increase in value over time if you think it's going to slump in the immediate future. So he's making an announcement which causes oil markets to panic, so the price goes up. We've given him control of the most powerful country on the planet. He knows if he makes an announcement, it moves markets. He has no compunction whatsoever in exploiting that to cause rises and falls in prices and try to exploit them himself and with his friends.
I did see that. I've got the data here on the floor showing those graphs.
Yeah.
I generally looked at that and thought, maybe, but it's also conceivable that Trump is quite a predictable character and he tweets at the same time every day. And it's also, I think me and you both know that before the markets open on a Monday morning, he's going to want to say something really positive. He has a track record of doing that.
Yeah.
So is it conceivable that they knew he was flying because it was tracked that he was going to be on this plane journey? There's going to be a press gaggle.
Yeah.
We know he's going to give an interview. I actually think that was quite predictable. If I was a betting man, I would have gone Sunday night, Monday morning, I would have put a bet on oil prices coming down, the stock market going up.
Yeah, and for example, one of the things he said most recently, he talked about getting a present from Iran. And then he finally let slip what the present was and was letting 8 ships through the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, is he now?
Those 8 ships were not American, they were other allies. I think what he's thinking is that's going to mean the oil market gets calmed down. That means the price is going to fall. So I can then do another pump and dump.
Let's explain the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, God. Yeah,
as if we had to explain it for 16-year-olds. Because there's been lots of coverage on it, and I think some people have kind of skipped past the importance of the region.
Yeah.
What is the Strait of Hormuz, and why does it matter?
Well, it's the choke point in the Persian Gulf. To get through, you've got like 21 kilometres. That's an incredibly narrow gap for ships to pass through. And that means that all the countries that pump not just oil, but fertiliser, helium, all these critical elements for the production system all have to pass through this point. And obviously that's well within reach of any weapons from Iran, so they can say you do or do not pass, depending on whether we approve or don't approve of your country's attitude towards our country.
You said fertilizer?
Yeah.
Oil and helium?
Yeah, helium.
Where are they coming from?
They're mainly coming from, I think, mainly from the Saudi Arabian side.
Okay.
The Saudi Arabian, like Iran will have the same things, but Iran would keep those for themselves. But Saudi Arabia is the main source of gases and oils which are refined, and as byproducts, we get sulfur dioxide and we get helium. This is the helium?
Yeah.
Okay, that's, a couple of kilos of helium. But helium, it's an element which there's no substitute. So helium is inert.
What does that mean?
It means it doesn't interact with other chemicals. You want to give it a try? I've never done it.
I don't think there's any in here.
Oh, what a pity. Okay, I would have done to give it a try. You got any real helium? Oh, bloody hell. Helium balloon. Does it change your voice?
I don't know. Has my voice changed?
A bit. I'll give my voice a try. Okay. Okay. I've never done this before. I've heard it at parties.
Okay. Now, I think my voice has changed somewhat from
The fact you can do it. Oh, my God. That is a riot. Okay.
Where is helium coming from?
It's coming from a gas field. So about 30% of the world's helium comes from a gas field which spans both Saudi Arabia and Iran. If you don't trap helium physically somehow, it goes to outer space. That's the ultimate destination of the stuff. So it's trapped in the same things that trap oil. And then when you drill for oil, you also get helium coming out. And then helium is absolutely critical for the semiconductor industry. It didn't matter 100 years ago.
And semiconductors are important for what?
Everything. I mean, you take the semiconductors out of that, you've got a brick. Okay? The processors, the CPUs, the memory chips, they're all made. Helium is an essential element to make them.
For our iPhones, our tablets, our devices?
Everything electronic. If you need semiconductors, you need helium. So if you cut off 30% of the world's helium supply, you cut off the capacity to produce 30% of the world's semiconductors.
And Iran have blocked that gap.
And that means that we've suddenly lost 30% of the world's helium.
I've got a quote from March 2026 from leading helium expert Phil Kornbluch. He said, we're looking at a minimum 2 to 3 months shutdown of helium production with up to 6 months before supply gets back to normal. And he explained you can't stockpile helium because it leaks through containers.
Yep.
So once supply is cut off, semiconductor production will stop entirely. South Korea gets 65% of its helium from Qatar in that region and makes 2/3 of the world's memory chips. Their government has launched an emergency investigation into the shortage. Nobody's talking about this.
I know, and this is one reason that it's quite terrifying about the scale of what we're going through, because people are just thinking oil's going to be more expensive. That's the sort of mindset we have. But in fact, critical elements of the production system are being terminated by this conflict. You can't produce chips anymore, and you can't produce these chips either, because the fertilizer's disappearing.
So you're holding a potato in your hand.
Yeah.
How are potato chips going to be impacted by the war?
Because of fertilizer. If we don't have the fertilizer, we can't grow the potatoes. And it's not just potatoes, it's a whole range of crops. We eat food, okay? We eat this green stuff. It actually starts as brown stuff because the fertilizer is an essential part of growing all the food we eat. And the fertilizer is produced by a process called the Haber-Bosch process, which takes petroleum and nitrogen and fixes them in such a way that you can put this on the field and your plants will grow courtesy of the fertilizer. If we didn't have fertilizer at all, guess how many billion people the planet could actually support?
I don't know.
Between 1 and 2.
And fertilizer comes from this region?
Again, 20 to 30% of our fertilizer comes through that region.
Through the Strait of Hormuz?
Through the Strait of Hormuz.
Where's it coming from?
It's coming again from the same gas field that's producing the helium, produces a side effect of fertilizer. And you need, I'm not a chemist, okay, so I can get these things wrong. But you need sulfuric acid as well as part of these production processes. 20% of the world's fertilizer, helium, sulfuric acid, all pass through that strait. And if you take them away, then you can't make microchips, which is what Korea is suffering from. You can't make fertilizer, which everybody will suffer from. If we lost 20% of the world's fertilizer, we'd lose roughly 20% of the world's food. And it causes a global famine. We've never had this experience before. We've had localized famines. Countries like India have had famines in parts of Africa and so on. But if this is not available, the globe has a famine.
And what's the last tanker you've got down there? There's one more on the floor.
Oh my God, okay.
Welcome, Michael Bates, serial tech entrepreneur. Let's cut to it. Is AI helping humanity or harming it?
Well, it's helping. It's accelerating science and medicine, boosting productivity.
Let's be honest, as a CEO, it also helps you replace jobs.
It replaces tasks, not people.
That's a slogan, not a fact.
The future isn't something that AI decides. It's something that we do.
You say that like AI's rise is inevitable, like it's gravity, but it's not. It's a choice made by companies like yours. Are you not worried it could wipe us out? Or are you aligned with Arvind Narayanan's theories?
I agree with Arvind. I don't think that sci-fi extinction scenarios are the main risk. Job loss is the real concern, but it's solvable. And if we can pull this off, AI won't diminish humanity. It'll amplify it.
I hope your daddy's done hating you.
smoke saves you, but it won't between you and me. And I think part of you hated me, so all of me was surviving you. There is nothing better I could be. I love the sick because I have to. You were wrong for what you did to me, but I was sick for kind of liking it. Oh, it all goes bad eventually. I've loved the sick since I knew how to breathe. I'm pretty sure that you're using again. Oh, you don't know what that does to me. Well, I guess I can never save you. I've loved the sick since I knew how to breathe. I hope you settle with that girl you love and get that shitty job I know you need. I think that she might be enough to save you, and I'm sorry that wasn't me. But I think part of you hated me, so all of me was surviving you. There is nothing better I could do. I love the sick because I have to. I have to. You were wrong for what you did to me, but I was sick for kind of liking it. Oh, it all goes bad eventually. I've loved the sick since I knew how to breathe. I'm pretty sure that you're using again. Oh, I don't know what that does to me. Well, I guess I can never save you. I've loved the sick since I knew how to breathe. Well, your pants are on fucking fire, and you use them like a goddamn lighter. And you say that it's not my fault, but I don't believe you at all. If you love me, then why do you never call? You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong,
The last tanker you've got down there, there's one more on the floor.
Oh my God. Okay. Hey, that's pretty good. That was accidental, but that's petroleum. Okay, a petroleum tank, obviously empty, 20 liters.
So that's oil?
That's oil.
Oil, okay.
And so if that's what we're losing right now, and people are focusing upon the price of this, but the really important point, and I can bring up one of my own charts here, is the role of energy in production. Because if we don't have energy, we can't produce goods and services. And the link is incredibly tight. This is looking at change in energy and change in gross world product over the last 40 years.
I'll throw this graph on the screen for people that are watching.
So what you've got here is the annual percentage change in gross world product and the annual percentage change in gross energy consumption. And they're virtually lockstep, and they're the same magnitude.
So when energy goes up, GDP goes up.
And when energy goes down, GDP goes down. Now we're losing 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas, a substantial proportion of it's oil as well. We could see a 5 or 10% fall in energy. We will certainly see a 5 or 10% fall in gross world product.
So explain that to me. So where is the oil in this region?
Oh, it's everywhere.
Okay.
I mean, this is one of the accidents of history, that the oil is, a large part is concentrated here and a large part over here and a bit in Russia.
So over here, for people that can't see, you're pointing at Iran, Saudi
Arabia,
Iraq, and then there's a lot in the United States, and there's a lot in
Texas, and you've got some in Russia as well. And there was a small amount, like the North Sea had a substantial amount of oil as well at one stage.
And the type of oil in this region, I hear, is quite important.
It's very, I mean, oil, there's no such thing as a homogeneous product.
What does homogeneous mean?
Everything is the same everywhere. You can, if you don't get it here, you can substitute from something over here. That's a myth that economists actually, unfortunately, believe. They basically persuade people to think that everything is homogeneous. In fact, oil from Venezuela is almost like tar. Oil from here flows like water comparatively. You need different processing systems to extract that oil than you need over here. If we lose this, we can't replace it with something from over here. So once that goes, then the production system of the planet is damaged.
This has been the shocking thing for me as a citizen, has been the fact that a war with one country could decapitate, 20 to 30%
of global production.
Of global production of oil.
Yeah, and food.
That's a vulnerability if I've ever heard one.
I know, and this is like one reason I'm a critic of mainstream economics is they trivialize all this stuff. They don't teach their students how critical this is. So most people are like you, even people who've done a PhD in economics, even worse in that sense than other people. They don't understand how critical and how fragile our production systems are. So people can talk about a war in Iraq and think, oh, that's a war in Iran and that's going to cut off our oil supply. No, it's going to cut off your food supply.
And for the average person listening now, what will they start to experience if this war doesn't immediately end?
2 or 3 months, India is going to run out of fertilizer. And so there'll be a famine in India. Food production on the planet could fall 10, 25%. And therefore, there simply won't be enough food for everyone on the planet. And then it's a question of who's going to starve. Now, you'd think the wealthy countries are going to be safe. They're like for Australia, my old home country, has about 30 days oil supply. When it runs out, it can't get food from the farm to the city anymore. So Australia is incredibly vulnerable. We're all far more vulnerable than we realize, and this war is threatening everybody on the planet.
Top 5 best dating apps to find a mature woman. At number 1 is an app called Once. There are a lot of mature, confident women on here who are very into younger guys. Yeah. And they're not always looking for something serious, if you know what I mean. And the best part, they message first. You don't have to swipe. Once gives you one perfect match every day. All profiles are verified. If you're interested, don't wait. I attached a link to Once. Download the app.
On the planet.
I got in an Uber yesterday and I was with a wonderful guy who was actually, weirdly, I sat into the Uber at 2 a.m. and I looked up on the screen and he was listening to the Diary of a CEO, and then he clocked me in the back of the car, so we had a great chat.
Yeah.
And he was saying to me, listen, this isn't actually my main job, it's my third job. I do this because of the cost of living. And it really stayed with me.
He's doing 3 jobs to stay alive, yeah.
3 jobs, and he picked me up at 2 a.m. He's got a family.
And he's working his butt off to keep the family alive.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm going to say something which I probably, I don't say a lot, which came to mind, which is, in the position I'm in now, I think it was a real reminder of my own personal privilege that I think is really important for someone like me that has an interview show, because you've got to be like intellectually honest with yourself, or just like honest with yourself generally, that like as someone in my position who has been fortunate enough to be able to make significant money, I can understand from having that conversation how detached I am
from the world around you.
Yes, and that's like an uncomfortable thing to say.
You're a very unique soul, because I've read a bit of your history, of course, and you've had that terrible period where you were, unemployed and what the hell do I do?
Shoplifting, food and stuff. And
you were ambitious, but you were, okay. If you don't experience poverty, you don't know what it's like.
Yeah, but even if you have...
You can forget it.
You can forget it.
But you haven't yet.
Well, this is why it's so important for me to have those conversations, because him saying I'm working 3 jobs and picking me up at 2 a.m. in his Uber, and him telling me he's doing that because of cost of living, because he needs to pay the bills, immediately made me think of, ahead of this conversation today, like, oh my God, if the prices go up 20% for people.
He's out. He can't work 24 hours a day.
He can't work more hours in the day. And it was just one of those moments where you go, fucking hell, Steve, like, man, you need to stay close to the plight of people that are
on the breadline.
The breadline, yeah.
Yeah, and so many people are these days.
So many people are.
In advanced countries, not just third world countries, but certainly like in America and the UK, there are huge numbers of people who are basically living from hand to mouth at the current system. So if we have a breakdown, they can't afford it. And in that situation, you can no longer use money as your way of deciding whether you can eat food or not.
I wonder if politicians know this, because part of the reason I say this is because, Trump is a very wealthy man, multi-billionaire, reportedly, and if the prices go up 20% at the pump...
He makes profit. I mean, he actually, when he said in favour of the rising oil price, we'll make a lot of money out of it. His immediate association, rising price of something that I'm indirectly selling, that's good. He doesn't say, what about people buying it? The people who buy it can no longer afford it.
You've got some food there on the table, which shows how these conflicts and the pressure they put on some of these scarce resources can impact our ability to go and buy food. I think you've got 2 bowls of potatoes.
Well, let's actually make it fairer right now. Let's get the actual distribution correct initially. So you are talking about someone who, in your situation, you've got that. Logan Uber's got this. And now you're taking away the oil price. That's going to make Trump better off, but he's down to the stage where, he's not too far from that happening. And that's what we've pushed ourselves into with this war.
Do wars typically make inequality worse?
Very good question. I think wars are created when inequality is bad. If you go back to the Great Depression and see what caused World War II, it was largely the collapse of the German economy when they repaid their debt, their private debt to America, or private government debt to America. That led to the rise of Hitler. Everybody thinks Hitler rose because of the Weimar inflation. That's what people normally think. In fact, when Hitler came to power in Germany, the rate of inflation was minus 10%. It was deflation. Prices were falling. Unemployment rose from very low to 25% of the population. In that situation, people supported Hitler. He revived the economy. I'm happy to talk about how he did that later. But inequality leads to people being willing to elect demagogues to say, we can save you. And then you get war coming out of it. What happened after World War II is politicians realized that people had been through the Great Depression, which was horrific, and they'd been through World War II, which was horrific. And in that period, people in America were talking about either a fascist world or a communist world. So the Americans realized they had to improve the living standards of the average American substantially to get away from that. And if you look at, in 1950s and 60s, that's what is called the golden age of capitalism. Because at that stage, you could be a single male supporting a wife and 4 kids and have a comfortable lifestyle at the time. That was where we started from. So the war itself led to a focus upon equality, a focus upon fairness and getting as much as you can to the poorest in society. And then we've forgotten that over the last 80 years. And we've now got back to massive inequality once more. So I think inequality causes wars. Wars in the aftermath make people focus on equality, not to allow that horror to happen once more. And then we forget and do the whole damn thing again.
One of the surprising things I learned the other day was that the country that is estimated to have the biggest reserve of oil is Venezuela.
Yep.
The third country on this list that is estimated to have the biggest reserve of oil is Iran.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, it doesn't take a genius. Funnily enough,
2 countries have added, yeah. The second country being America?
Well, it says Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia, okay, well, that's already an American vassal. Yeah,
that's already they're basically partners with America already. And funnily enough, the 4th one is Canada. And if you're listening a lot to Trump's rhetoric, he said he was going to take Canada and make it the 51st state or something.
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel to me to be a coincidence that the countries that the US are invading and decapitating their leaders are the country that have the biggest oil supplies.
Yeah.
And Trump has already said, immediately, he said after taking out Maduro in Venezuela, pulling him out of his bed with his wife and flying him back to the US, he already said the oil's on the way back to America.
Yeah.
One might assume that much of the motivation here with Iran is when they were in negotiations with them, maybe they weren't playing ball with the oil. Maybe they were threatening something with the oil. And maybe it's such an economic risk.
Well, maybe most of Trump's friends, if he has them, are oil executives, and they can see the benefit for them in controlling global oil. And the one part they can't control is Iran.
But I mean, it's backfired pretty horrifically.
I think one of the great sayings in humanity is, it's looked like a good idea at the time. Then you do it, and you realize you underestimated your opponent. You don't realize how difficult it is. Like you mentioned, you're talking about how being wealthy can make you dissociate from the problems that ordinary people have. It can also make you dissociate from reality in general. You don't realize how difficult it is to do something you want to have done. So all these oil executives and people that Trump socializes with could have thought, take out Iran, America dominates the global oil thing, we're all going to be rich, okay? But they don't realize that Iran's been aware of this possibility for 40 years, and they're prepared. They're far better prepared than the Americans and the Israelis thought.
So you've got 5 scenarios laid out on these cards in front of you here that you think could happen next. I'm going to ask you to explain to me what the 5 scenarios are, and then tell me which one you think is most likely to occur.
So scenario 1, which is the one that I think I think Israel wants this one. Iran is destroyed, okay? If that happens, we're all gone. Because to destroy Iran, you're going to have to use nuclear weapons. Okay? You can't destroy it without obliterating it as nuclear weapons can do. And that's the scariest. I don't think it's going to happen. My main hope here is that Iran realizes that possibility, and they've got a way to neutralize not America's nuclear weapons, but Israel's.
You think it's a possibility?
It's a possibility, and it's what scares the shit out of me, because if this happens, then we're all dead. Obviously, a nuclear bomb doesn't just blow up an individual target. Everything within reach gets exploded into the atmosphere. That's what led people to realize that you couldn't have a nuclear war back in the days when we had mutually assured destruction as the policy. If you attack a country, then you will also die.
But can't they use narrow nuclear weapons? Is that not a thing?
Well,
smaller nuclear weapons?
Well, again, if the country is smaller, you're talking about destroying Europe. The weapons you'd need to make sure you got every last potential element of Iran neutralized. You're talking about bombing something which is, virtually the size of Western Europe. The amount of weapons you've got to drop to do that. And you've got to, if you don't get it right, then they're going to come at you with what they've got left.
The world has dropped nuclear weapons before, and people survived. Other neighboring countries survived.
Only twice, and only small weapons. The weapons we're talking about in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they're about equivalent to 20,000 tons of TNT. We're now talking weapons that are 20 million tons of TNT, the biggest nuclear weapons. And if you wanted to hit a country the size of Iran and know you've neutralized it, so you destroy the whole thing, you're talking hundreds of those weapons.
If you had to give a percentage probability of that outcome occurring, would it be less than 1%?
If we didn't have a madman in Washington, yes, it'd be less than 1%. If we didn't have madmen in Israel, less than 1%. I think probably 5%.
5% probability that...
That's a possibility. I mean, again, this is trying to make sense of the senseless.
Okay.
But I'd put it at about less than 10%, but still scary as a possibility. If we end up there, we're all gone.
I mean, I know very little about all these things, so that's the disclaimer. I'd say that I don't think Israel would intentionally wipe out the rest of the world or cause a nuclear winter, because that would obviously impact them as well. But I am quite scared of precedence setting. And what I mean by that is, if we establish it being okay to drop nuclear weapons on people you don't like, the sort of domino effect of that for people in Ukraine and other parts of the world where there's conflict might then lead to mutually assured destruction.
Yeah, it's the last possibility you want to have happen. The fact that it's even possible to contemplate it is a terrifying prospect.
Let us hope.
Yeah, so scenario 2 is Iran destroys the Gulf power infrastructure. I think that's highly likely.
Iran destroys Gulf power infrastructure. What does that mean?
What it means is that Iran, all the Gulf states have got their own power systems, mainly based on burning oil for obvious reasons. If you take out their power structure systems, then those countries become uninhabitable.
Is that what's happening already? Because I know Iran have attacked a few sort of power facilities in the region.
There have been a couple, there was one attack on a Saudi Arabian power systems, and that took out 2 of the 14 units that are critical for creating liquefied natural gas. And apparently it'll take 5 years to rebuild them. And there are only 5 companies on the planet that can actually do that rebuilding. 1/4 of the world's liquefied natural gas comes through the Strait of Hormuz. 1/10 of that has been destroyed. It's like 2.5% of the world's energy supply is gone for the next 5 years until those are rebuilt. If Iran destroys the Gulf power infrastructure, then Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Dubai, they all become uninhabitable.
For most businesses, hiring can take a long time. Not for Susan, though. She uses ZipRecruiter to find quality candidates fast. Spend less time hiring and more time building your business. Try for free at ZipRecruiter.com.
Uninhabitable.
And we're seeing that happen in parts. I mean, it sounds like these attacks have slowed down a little bit, but it was interesting that Iran's strategy was to attack their neighboring sort of partners and specifically targeting a lot of their energy infrastructure.
Yeah.
Is that in part to apply pressure?
Yeah.
If I attack Dubai, the leaders of Dubai are going to call Trump and say, listen, cut this out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the pressure coming back from the Arabian states on America, I imagine, is quite immense right now, saying don't do it. It's quite possible Israel could do it. Like attack Iran, and then Iran does a retribution attack. Trump, if you would have seen his tweet this morning, I think he's put it off to April the 6th before he says he starts attacking power infrastructure. If he attacks power infrastructure in Iran, Iran has said we will attack power infrastructure in the Gulf states. So we've got till, 8 days. I think he's bluffing. I hope he's bluffing. But if he does do the attack, then Iran will respond by destroying either an equivalent component of the Gulf states or the whole infrastructure.
I don't think people quite realize how costly it is for regions like Dubai when Iran attack them. I was looking at some of the data, and according to current estimates and historical risk assessments by Dubai officials, they lose $1 million per minute, which is 60 million per hour, or 1.4 billion a day, when there's an unplanned emergency shutdown just of their airport.
Their airports, let alone their power systems. Yeah.
As we probably saw on the news, Iran had flown, it seemed like a couple of drones into Dubai's airport, which meant that it had to shut down.
Yeah.
If they're losing $1 billion a day because that airport is closed, I think it's the biggest airport in the world. It is economic pressure for Dubai, which will then trickle down to Trump and sort of force his hand.
Yeah.
So they've got a clear incentive to cause chaos.
Yeah. And that's partly what Iran is saying. It's like a game of bluff. You don't want to do this bluff. If that bluff happens, then the Saudi Arabian Peninsula becomes uninhabitable. And therefore, if people are forced out of there, and most of the residents in those countries are not Saudis, they're third world workers from India and Pakistan and the Philippines and so on. They're being paid lousy wages to work on all these systems. If they leave because the power's not there to support them anymore, they try to leave, then we lose the entire energy contribution that region makes to the global economy, and we're screwed.
And that figure I cited includes not just lost airport revenue, but then the immediate impact on airlines, cargo logistics, and the missed opportunity cost of thousands of high-value business travelers attending the region. That Dubai's GDP is roughly 30% dependent on the aviation and tourism sectors. So when the airport closes, it impacts tourism, hospitality, real estate investing, global supply chains, and everything. So it's quite remarkable, specifically with Dubai, because Dubai, I think Dubai's a lovely place. I've been multiple times. I love going there. but it felt really safe. And so a lot of people...
No, it's not safe. Yeah.
It's not safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of people had chosen to uproot their lives and move there. And you'd almost kind of forgotten you were in the Middle East to some degree.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think this is going to be a pretty traumatic reminder for a lot of people there.
How fragile.
This
area is. And like that's the lesson we're learning. It's the fragility of the society we take for granted.
So that was scenario number 2.
Okay, scenario 3. That's the one that really scares me because that is the Samson doctrine. You know the story of Samson?
No.
Okay. Samson is an enormously strong individual who's strong because of his hair. And then he gets conned. This is an ancient story from the Bible. And the woman who's conned him shaves his hair so he's weakened. And then they put him in a temple where he's standing between 2 pillars and his hair is gone, he's bald, he can't do a thing. They forget the fact that his hair's starting to grow. His hair gets to the stage where he's now got his strength back. He pushes those pillars and the whole thing collapses and everybody dies. That's the Samson doctrine, and that involves Israel's nuclear weapons. If they realize that they are going to lose this war and it becomes existential for them, then one of the things they have claimed that they do is unleash destruction on the rest of the world, like Samson pushing the towers and the whole thing comes collapsing down.
This is, going back to the situation with Iran and Israel, one of the things I was thinking a lot about from some commentary that I'd seen is Israel really have a motive to get rid of Iran because Iran have repeatedly threatened Israel.
It's also because, Israel's trying to get rid of the Palestinians. And in that sense, Iran has been probably the major bulkhead supporting the Palestinians to say, let the Palestinians survive. Let the Palestinian people continue existing. And the Israelis have been pushing and pushing and pushing the Palestinians out. It's a hornet's nest. We've provoked a hornet's nest. Iran is responding right now, I think, in a very judicious way. But if the Israelis realize they're facing an existential defeat, that scenario, it would again mean civilization potentially gets destroyed.
And just looking at some of the things that Iran have said about Israel, historically, the supreme leader of Iran stated in 2015 that Israel would not see the next 25 years. Other officials said things like the end is near. And in March 2026, Iran's tone shifted from ideological to purely retaliatory, with the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammed, stating that Iran has officially declared that it considers all Israel energy, water, and IT infrastructure legitimate targets for irreversible destruction, with zero restraint. If we think about this from a psychology perspective, you've got 2 neighbors. They're both either implying implicitly or explicitly that they want to wipe the other one out.
Yeah.
Trump is sort of this third party in the arrangement who's not in the region, so he might be a little bit safer. Those 2 parties that are against each other, one of them has nuclear weapons and the other appears to be trying to make one. The neighbor that is Israel, presumably, cannot let that happen. Because if it gets to a point where they both have nuclear weapons and they both want to wipe each other out,
I finally found the best cashback app. I've spent the last 2 years researching the best ways of how to earn the best cashback. And let me tell you, there are a ton of options out there. But not all cashback reward programs give you the same earnings. Let me show you how I spend smarter with the Upside app. When analyzing my spending, I discovered my top spending categories are 1, gas, 2, groceries, and 3, restaurants. Upside earns you an average of 8% cashback on groceries and restaurants, plus up to 25 cents per gallon on gas. But here's what makes Upside the best option. You can stack the 8% cashback on top of the rewards, points, and miles you earn from your credit cards. So with my Discover card, which gives me 3% cashback, I can get a total of 11% cashback whenever I buy groceries. Plus, you can still get all the points from your store loyalty program. Trust me, this is the best way to get more and spend smarter on everyday essentials. Download the Upside app now for an extra 10% bonus on your first purchase. Try it today.
I actually think that the old days of mutually assured destruction we're a more stable time than what we're in now. Because if you realize that if you attack, you also die, you don't attack.
But what if you think of death as being a better thing than life?
You have to have a society continuing after you die. If you're going to be a martyr, there has to be people who are going to mourn your death. If you believe being a martyr means everybody else also dies, and you don't do it.
So do you think if Iran had nuclear weapons, it would be a safer world?
I think it'd be safer because it would tell the Israelis, stop attacking your neighbors.
I sat with a few nuclear experts, and one of the things that was shocking that I learned is if the United States wanted to launch a nuclear weapon today, it is one person's decision.
I heard that, and that's what Trump can actually just make that decision.
He can make the decision on his own. He doesn't need to consult Congress or anybody else. He has someone who walks around with a briefcase that has the nuclear codes in, and at any moment he can make the decisions. Yeah. And when I think about the same in this region, actually you don't need a whole state to decide that they don't like their neighbor. All you need is one supreme leader, or Netanyahu, to say, do you know what? I'm near the end of my life, and these people have really pissed me off.
Yeah, that's right. And that's, I mean, I thought there was at least some control. I saw that segment.
With Annie Jacobson,
I thought there was at least some control. He had to consult someone. That if, or they had to have circumstances which justified not consulting someone. If he's got that right, then it comes down to what's the behaviour of the person who carries the nuclear football. Does he let Trump get hold of it? And like there was another incident way back, I think in this 70s or 80s, that the Russian early warning system reported that there was a nuclear attack on the way to Russia, and there was one submarine commander, or one element of a submarine command system, and they had to have 3 people in the submarine who agreed to launch an attack, and this particular person refused. Now, if that hadn't happened, if he'd agreed with the other 2, there would have been a nuclear war at that stage, and it wasn't real. It was a false alarm from the system. So even the Russian submarine had 3 people who had to make that decision. So we didn't have a nuclear war. Now we've got one maniac in this White House who could do it.
I'll play Annie Jacobson's clip now where she talks about the idea of sole authority, which I think is an important thing for people to understand, because when we think about who we're electing to lead our nuclear capable countries, you have to think about who you want to give sole authority to.
The United States president has sole presidential authority to launch a nuclear war.
What does that mean?
It's exactly like it sounds. What's so interesting is a lot of this stuff, this nomenclature that gets thrown at you, if you just break it down, it's solo, presidential, he's the POTUS, authority. He doesn't have to ask anyone for permission. Not the SecDef, not the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, not the Congress. I love the worried look on your face in this moment, because it is, once you know that, you say, well, first you might Google, is it really true? And you will get, for example, on Reddit, like, that's not really true. You'll get like hundreds of thousands of people, coming in with their opinions about how that's not really true. Well, it is really true. It's absolutely true. And in fact, during the former President Trump administration, Congress became so sort of, I want to say motivated or alarmed by this issue, meaning they were being asked questions by the powers that be. Is this actually true that they released a report stating specifically, and I quote it in the book, yes, it is true. As commander-in-chief, the president has this sole authority. He doesn't need to ask anyone.
So what is scenario 4 in your envelopes there?
Iran disables Israel's nukes. Nobody can know, but I do believe that Iran has not developed nuclear weapons.
So you're hoping Iran disables Israel's nuclear weapons?
I am. I hope that happens, because that takes out the nuclear option. Okay? We won't see nuclear war as a result of this if the only nuclear weapons that we know exist in the Middle East are destroyed.
But if Iran starts disabling Israel's nukes and attacking Israel that effectively, there's going to be an even bigger problem.
Well, not if we're talking conventional weapons. If it's conventional weapons and ground troops, then you don't end up with a nuclear winter and the death of everybody on the planet.
Wait, so you're saying you hope Iran invades Israel and takes out their nuclear weapons?
No, that's not necessarily invasion. It could be the missiles they've got left. Again, we don't know how capable their missiles are. The level of planning that Iran has done in this war, I had no idea of the fact they had those 31 regions, for example, until the war began. My specialty is economics, not global military politics. But once I learned that, I thought, they have really thought this through. They have war gamed what happens if they get attacked by America, and they've war gamed it comprehensively. Now, I hope they've also war gamed if we start defeating Israel and Israel realizes they're going to be wiped out, then the possibility for the Samson Doctrine comes in. We have to disable that before it happens.
How could they possibly, they don't have a functioning military left in any sort of typical sense.
In Iran?
They don't have ships left, they don't have planes left.
They don't have ships, they don't have planes, but they have got missiles. And we don't know how many missiles they've got. We don't know where the missiles are. Certainly the Americans would have some intelligence. I think the word's got to be used with inverted commas these days, but some intelligence over where they are located in Iran. But if you listen to the Iranians talking about it, they say they've got hundreds of these facilities buried hundreds of meters below the ground. If the weapons they've developed, the advanced rocketry they've developed, they can evade Israel's Iron Dome, maybe they can also get into and destroy Israel's launch capabilities. And if that happens, I think that'd be the best possible outcome, because we have a rogue state in the Middle East which has nuclear weapons, which will neither admit that it has or won't sign it. They're not part of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. They won't sign that treaty. We should never have allowed that to happen. And if Iran gets rid of them, I think the world's a safer place.
Israel are just going to make more nuclear weapons. They have the resources.
You need a hell of a lot of technology and a hell of a lot of intelligent people to do that. If you already lost the war.
How could Israel lose the war?
You've got a population of 90 million in Iran and a population of less than 10 million in Israel.
But it's a sort of technological gulf.
It's not as big as we thought it was. We're only realizing now the level of technology that Iran has. I mean, the things which Iran are doing in this war so far have surprised everybody who hasn't got the background of intelligence to tell them what's going on. It's an educated, sophisticated culture, far more so than the caricature we've got from the West has been about it in the past. So they
don't have nearly the same level of resources and technology and I would say maybe sort of sophisticated, advanced systems from a war perspective that Israel do.
TurboTax gets your refund fast. Like, really fast. Get your refund up to 5 days earlier than the IRS. Don't miss the deadline. File by 4/15.
Find select styles starting at just $4.99 during Ashley's Spring Savings Event. Plus, pay no interest for 5 years. That's this gorgeous 7-piece sectional, now less than $100 a month. Shop more spring deals in-store or at ashley.com.
We think. We don't know. We're assuming again.
Even the intelligence services, even their planes and their missiles and their defense systems are profoundly more advanced than Iran's.
If that was the case, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It's 3 weeks after the war began, or 4 weeks, The original belief that Trump has would be over in 1 day. That's proved false.
I think that's in part because of what you said, because they've prepared for decapitation. Yeah. If I was the supreme leader of Iran, that's the sort of approach I would have taken, which is you take me out, and actually you've got a bigger problem because now you've got to negotiate with 41 or 31 different sort of sub-militaries, and that's an impossible task.
Yeah, and the Iranians were aware of that, and they've got a huge army. They can conscript far more people than Israel has. It's, to me, if it gets down to a conventional military, then it's possible that Israel could lose that as well.
On March 21, Trump threatened to obliterate Iran's power plants if they did not fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours.
No.
He then came out and said that he was pausing that because Iran were negotiating. And he says he thinks he's negotiating with the right person. As of yesterday, Trump has announced a 10-day pause until April 6th on destroying energy plants, claiming that indirect talks are going very well and that Iran is begging to make a deal, according to The Guardian. So what's going on there in your view?
I think he's gaming the markets. I really think he's using it to cause the oil price to go up and down and gaming it either side. And somebody in his circle, people are making a fortune playing.
You really think that's the case?
Yeah, I do. I mean,
because there's lots of ways to make money. that don't involve crashing the global economy, losing the midterms.
Yeah, you'd think of that. You've got ethics, you've got empathy, you've got morals. Trump has none of those things.
Do you not think it's just again, if we look at Trump's pattern of behavior over time, even with the tariffs, the same pattern of behavior occurred there, where he would come out and say, every leader is calling me, they can't stop calling me, they all want to make a deal, I'm going to do a tariff on you 10%, wait, no, I'm not, pause, call me.
Yeah.
It's the same pattern of behavior. It's
it's manipulating
make a threat,
the system. Yeah.
You then blackmail the person to try and negotiate with you.
Yeah.
When they don't, you hit them with the thing hard, and eventually, in the end of the day, you don't really do any of the stuff you threaten to do because you've sort of manipulated a person into getting your way. It's the same pattern of behavior. We're going to smash you if you don't call me.
Yeah.
They do or don't call. He announces to the world that they called. Yeah. They're begging. Look, it says here, they're begging me for a deal. I'm going to give them 10 more days. To me, it sounds like he's trying to build his golden bridge to get the fuck out of there.
What he's imagining is he's dealing with somebody like himself in Iran. Okay, he's projecting how he would react to these things. He's obviously projecting his own behaviour onto the system, and it's projection rather than understanding. So if you decapitate, if you took out Trump, the theory of being, assassinated, yes, well, bargain, what do you want me to do? He thinks that works in Iran. It doesn't.
You can look at his behaviour and sort of understand what he wants. He wants to win this war. And he wants to win the war and get out of there, because that's what he's been saying. We've won every day. We've won. More missiles go in. We've won. So that's clearly what he wants to happen.
Yeah.
The problem is winning here doesn't seem like a straightforward thing.
No, it's not going to happen.
No pun intended with the Strait of Hormuz, but it really doesn't seem like a straightforward thing.
Yeah.
So it's my opinion now that they are a little bit stuck, because if you leave now, you lose.
Yeah.
Iran start firing at Israel. Israel don't stop.